and follow. All right, good afternoon once again, everyone. Welcome to this session, Blackboard Collaborate, BBC 101. This is a very hands-on or interactive session. Let me just mute Isabel's mic. So I'm gonna walk you through the use of Blackboard Collaborate. Really just to orient you with the different features of Blackboard Collaborate, how it can be used for online teaching and learning, yeah, and how you may want to use it by the end of it, and really like that you feel a lot more confident and you're a lot more familiar with the platform, and a lot more competent in using the platform. All right, so right off the bat, is everyone okay so far? Are we good? Any concerns? Yeah. Anybody's nervous? So
no, Justin.
No, good. All right. So for those of you who know some of who've been to some of the workshops I've done, I like to start with a sort of icebreaker. All right. So what you're gonna see is a little poll appear in front of you, and I need you to click either of the responses. All right, so far we have the majority of persons said no. Only 3 persons said no, and 2 persons said yes. Go ahead and just click any of the responses, whichever response reflects your usage. Have you ever used Blackboard Collaborate? And Michelle said she's good to my question earlier. Nice, Michelle, nice. I know it's after lunch, so this is going to be a very hands-on session. All right, so I'm going to end the poll just for time's sake. I see we have 3 more persons who needed to respond. Let me just give a couple more seconds. Now you should see a poll. It's right in front of you in the screen. All right, you would see a question, have you ever used Blackboard Collaborate? You would see yes or no. You click on the response, whichever one represents your answer, all right, and that will be your answer will be recorded there. It doesn't mean anything against you. It's just this is one of the tools we're going to look at later on in this session. So I'm just showing you from the end user side of things. Yeah, so these are the responses we got so far, 5. I just saw that, I thought we had someone else who joined. I think 1 more person is joining. So these are the responses we have so far. The majority have never used Blackboard, and just 2, I'm assuming the 2 would be Marsha and maybe Neela, right? So I think that's good there, but that's okay. So by the end of this session, you're gonna be able to, generally I'd say you'll be much more familiar and confident and competent in using Blackboard for remote instruction, and some of the principles you might want to carry over along the way. Some of the tips you might want to carry over in terms of teaching in the online environment in general. Let's say you are teaching, whether you're using Zoom or whatever other platform, some things may carry over in terms of the tips that I'm about to share with you. All right. Now I would say that I think someone asked the question, was it Isabel, who are
Yeah.
right, and you ask a question about which one is
How
easier.
How user-friendly Blackboard Collaborate.
Right.
Because I found Zoom very easy to do.
Right. So some of the things that you see here would be very similar to what you do in Zoom.
Zoom.
Some of the features. So for example, Zoom Breakout Rooms, the chat, etc., etc. So we'll go through some of those things as we go forward. Any questions so far?
Nope.
All right, so let me just orient you to some of the features we have that you should be seeing in front of you. At the very, you're seeing the slide, which is, I'll show you in a bit how to share content like that. Now there are different ways compared to Zoom, since that seems to be the more familiar platform. Blackboard there are some differences. So, for example, if you're sharing a slideshow in Zoom, you'll have to do it through screen sharing features, right? In Blackboard, you could do it through screen sharing, or you can upload your presentation into the Blackboard platform itself. All right, and I'll get into that in just a bit. But just so you know, you would see some icons at just below the slide that you're looking at right now. Yeah, you would see, let me start on the right and go to the left of those icons. You would see one with sort of like an outline of a body with a raised hand, right?
Yeah.
Right, so that one is if you have a question or you want to make a comment, then that is what you click to raise. It's like raising your hand in the face-to-face class. All right, you click on that, it's going to give me a signal as a facilitator that, let's say, Isabel has a question, all right, or has a comment, all right, and then I can make the provision for Isabel or whoever to make that contribution. And it's the same way that you might want to do it for your class. It helps, especially when you have large classes. Could you give me an idea of the size of classes that you normally have in this program? Are they small?
It's no more than 10.
Right.
There's
So in a case
approximately
like that,
10 students. Yeah.
right, great. But you still want to have you want to use this to manage your class, so that you don't get people talking over other people and that kind of thing. In Zoom, there's also this feature to raise your hand, whether you know it or not. Usually it's right below the chat, or either not below the chat, sorry. I think it's below the participants list in Zoom. In Blackboard, however, it's right, let me just show you would see it right at the bottom of the slide or at the bottom of the screen. Next to that, you will see an icon with a camera. Currently, it should be strike through. When it's strike through, you would see that the camera is off, right? When the line across it is no longer there, you click on it and it opens the camera. All right? Now, many of you in joining this session may have gotten a prompt to test your mic and test your camera if it's your first time using it. Right? Once your camera is functional or compatible, it works. It'll open up your camera once you click that button. All right? Anybody wants to try the raise hand feature?
I do.
Sure, go right ahead.
Click on the raise hand.
Right.
And raise. I got one.
Right.
It changed color and there's a red thing with a 1.
Right, so that way you know your hand is raised. Now I'm going to lower your hand and you'll see it disappeared, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So whenever you get, and you would get a sound effect with it too. I think on my end you get, I could try to imitate the sound.
So I go on this icon if I have a question.
Yeah, and so I'm saying this in the context of, one sec, I'm saying this in the context of if you are teaching the class as well and you want your students your students have a question, this is what you're gonna explain at the very beginning of your class, that for management's sake and so people don't be, are not talking over each other, that you ask them to raise their hand. So in the middle of an explanation, let's say you are giving a definition of something, or you're explaining something, and someone else has a question. You don't want the person to talk over you, and then the rest of the class misses what you were explaining. Yeah. So you want to make sure that you let them know to raise their hands ahead of time. You were saying something? Go ahead.
This is interactive then. If a student has a question, then they click on that icon.
Correct.
Is that it? Okay.
Yeah.
Understood.
It's almost like in the face-to-face class. You know, some persons might raise their hand to contribute, make a comment or a question. It's the same thing, right? Okay. So next to the raise hand icon, I just went through the camera icon with you. All right. Now you wouldn't have to ask students, you wouldn't have to require students to turn on their cameras, because that takes up more bandwidth and it could become very glitchy and, you know, that kind of thing. So generally, I wouldn't recommend that you use the camera unless you are sharing your video, your camera, then that's okay. But I wouldn't ask that you ask students to share their video. So next to the camera icon, you would see the microphone icon. Now the microphone icon generally should remain off unless you have a contribution or question to raise. So, and the reason for that is that you don't want to get feedback or background noises or distractions that could take away from your session. Have you ever been in a session and then you were talking and then you hear the dog barking in the background, or you hear the rooster crowing, you know what I mean? Or you hear a truck blowing, a car horn, or you might just hear general feedback. All right, to avoid that, you want to make sure that you instruct your students that their microphones are turned off unless they have a contribution to make. All right. So the way it goes is if the student has a contribution to make, they would raise their hand. Then you say, okay, Isabel, go ahead. I see you raise your hand. Do you have a question or a comment to make? And then you just open your mic and make your contribution. Next to that, so this is the fourth icon now, is if you hover over that, just place the cursor over that icon, you will see it says My Status and Settings, correct? Are you seeing that when you hover over that icon? Let me know.
I am.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Good. Michelle, are you seeing it?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. So this icon, when you click on it, you would see a couple things open. If I were to ask you, how do you feel about X, Y, and Z? You could click on any one and it will indicate your status, or how you feel about a particular topic or a particular occurrence or phenomenon. So let's say, for example, if I ask you now, how do you feel about forest fires or water pollution? And go ahead, so you could respond. Go ahead. So right, Isabel feels sad. I'm assuming, yes, sad. Anybody else? Isabel, Michelle, Neela, you feel sad, right? If I were to ask, how do you feel about irrigation? Do you think irrigation is something good or bad? How do you feel about that? Right, Neela put a happy face, good. And you know how you could always, you'd always be able to verify person's statuses or feelings. All you have to do is go on the, well, I'll explain it in just a bit. So, but if you go on the participants list or the attendees, you would see everybody there. So, and I'll get to that in just a bit. So this is one way of doing a quick poll without really going through the process of copy and paste in your question and the long way of doing it like what I did before. That's a quick way of finding out how certain people feel about certain things. You could verbally ask a question instead of making it a text-based thing, and students can react accordingly. All right? So before I go further, I'm just going to draw your attention to, and I might be skipping a little thing here, but I'm just doing it as we're all in the room at the moment. You would see on the right side, the lower right side, you might see just a sort of a purple little, the lower right side, you'll see a white arrowhead with a purple strip. Are you seeing that? Yeah?
Yes, I am.
Right. So when you click on that, it's going to open up a menu for you. You would see a couple icons. The first one, and when I say first, the first one will be on the left side of when you open that little ribbon. It's going to be the chat. So at this point, I want you to open the chat and say something. Just, you could post, hi, good afternoon, say something in the chat. So I'll give you a couple of seconds to do that. Now, Blackboard has been updated. While you do that, Blackboard has been updated where you could make things bold, you could underline things, you could put, well, you were always able to put emojis like Marsha did, and that sort of thing. So, oh yes, Happy New Year, everyone. I am so sorry. Happy New Year. Many happy returns, Neela and everyone else. So to make a word or the entire phrase bolded, you just highlight, just as you would do in a Word document, you highlight and then you type what you need to type, highlight it, click on B or whichever one you want to use, and then it is bolded or italicized and so on. So I just typed something and posted it there. Marsha. Yes, Marsha, italicized. Somebody could put something on the line. Go ahead. So good job, Isabel. So if it's an instruction you would type in the chat, you might want to highlight something. When I say highlight, you want to emphasize a particular word or phrase or whatnot, then this is where you would use the bold feature, the italicized feature, or the underline feature. All right, so that's your chat. And Vandana, yes. So it helps, you know, emphasize certain things in your instruction. All right. Next to that, Isabel said, yay. Now what I do when I'm teaching online courses or sessions, I use the emoji icon, the emoticons, to make the session a little more informal and make the students a little more relaxed. So there are certain things that I would use, some emojis, let's say a cake, a clap emoji, if they got something right or, you know, they made a valuable contribution. So I'm just saying this is a tip that you would want to use, carry over across different platforms. Emoticons or emojis are a really great way of providing positive feedback or immediate feedback to your students. And also it helps to make them more relaxed. They eventually start using emojis for other, you know, if you put them into groups and so on, and it really lends for more a healthier learning environment. Yeah? So far so good. You could just show me a thumbs up using the emoji, using the emoticon. Right, Isabel, right, good, nice. So next to the chat icon, so the chat is something that besides your sharing content, the chat is probably one of the most important features in this platform, right? Just as the Zoom platform. So next to that, you're going to see the attendees. All right, you will see that next to the chat icon at the bottom of the bottom right side of the screen, you're going to see attendees. When you click on that, and then you would know it's attendees because you would see like the icon is like 2 persons and you see a number next to it. So when you click on that, are you able to see all those in the session? Yeah?
Yes.
Right. So this is another tip for you as the Michelle is the emoji, the thumbs up. So this is good for you as well. So when you want to see how many, well, the persons who are who joined your session, this is the one of the better quickest ways to know. All right. You would see who the moderator is and you would see who the participants are. Now the moderator, I'm not sure if you're seeing the distinguish, the platform is distinguishing between the two. Are you seeing that? You might see my name as the moderator and you might see participants and so on. Yeah?
Yes. I've
Good.
seen it.
Good. So this is the easiest way and quickest way that you could see who joined your session and who didn't. In some cases, you might even see who are the persons with internet connectivity issues. So you might see if you hover over their names or the right side of their names, you would see like some bars there. If you hover over it, it gives you an idea of their internet connection. Or you might even see if someone dropped out and came back in. Yeah? So this gives you a level of it gives you insight to the level of participation and involvement of the student in the session. Because sometimes it could be very easy for students to log in and then they're there but not there when it's an online session. They could be here now, logged in I should say, but then in the kitchen making a sandwich, right? So one of the things with Blackboard is that it would, after a while, Blackboard will bump you out of the system, bump you out of the session if you are not active. Yeah? Make sense? So that's one thing. So I just wanted to show you those things. Now, while you have your screen on, yes, Michelle, go ahead.
Okay, you say it can bump you off, but if it is okay, like we are here now, just listening to you, so we're not really active.
Right.
So is it that we have to have activities ongoing to prevent that from happening?
Two things, no and yes. No, it will not just bump you. You'll get a notification that are you still, we notice that you're inactive or whatever. You're just there, but you're not doing anything. Are you still? Do you still want to be in this session? It's going to give you a notification.
Okay.
All right. And if after a while you don't answer that notification, then it's going to bump you up as a student.
Right.
And to the second half of your question with regard to activities, yes, you want to make sure you have activities here and there, even if it's as simple as a chat post, right? Like how I asked a question and you might, everyone has to respond, or a poll. You want to make sure you use those activities because those are the things that help keep the session engaging, and it gives you indications or indicators that the student is actually engaged and learning is taking place, that you're not just teaching, but learning is taking place, right? Because we know in a session like this, it's very easy to feel isolated or bored or out of it. So you want to make sure you have relevant and appropriate activities at certain intervals or certain times in your session. All right?
Okay.
Okay, great. So not a problem at all. Now, if I were to ask you, how do you feel about lunch today? So I'm combining two features now. How do you feel about lunch today? I want you to go to the status while you're still on the attendees list. Go to the status in the middle of this lower middle of the screen and change your status to let me know how you feel about lunch today. Do you feel happy? Do you feel sad? Do you feel surprised that maybe you got confused, Michelle? Right? And look at the attendees list, guys. Are you seeing persons who are happy and persons who are confused about lunch and so on? Yeah?
Yes.
Right. So this is a way that you could stir up more class discussion. So if you ask ask them about a particular phenomenon, and then students can, state their views, how they feel about it, and then that could be a segue into a healthy class discussion. All right. So I could say, Michelle, I realized that you were confused about lunch. Um, did you have lunch at all? And then of course that could, we go into a discussion about that. So these are some tips. I know I was jumping ahead, but these are some tips along the way. So I'm just gonna go back a bit. You could stay where you are. All right. So these are the objectives that are gonna guide the entire flow of this session. These 3 objectives. Now you would notice that we already started with number 2, engage students in a BDC. Now we just scratched the surface with that. We haven't really gone into the more engaging features. All right, so we're here to learn about Blackboard, and these are some of the things that we're gonna look into or get some experience in. Joining a session is not gonna take too much time because, Marsha, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you said they would just be given a link and they can click on the link and they're in the session, correct?
Correct. It will be the same as you all did but when Justin sent
Right.
you the link. I'll be doing the same thing for your lecture.
Perfect. So look, you already got the learning started before the session. All right. So all you have to do, guys, is copy. Now, I would recommend that you copy and paste the link instead of just clicking on it. Reason for that is I'm not sure what your default browser might be, but you want to make sure that you use a compatible browser. Do not use Internet Explorer. You wouldn't get very far with that. Do not use, I think, Microsoft Edge. You're not going to get very far with that either. The most compatible would be Google Chrome and, to an extent, Safari. I think Firefox works as well. But out of all those...
I'm on Firefox, so.
Right, good. So Firefox works as well.
Justin, one quick question.
Uh-huh.
I pressed an icon that says detach panel, and part of the panel with the attendees is on my Blackboard, I guess. How do I get back into?
You clicked on an icon called detach panel.
Yes.
Well,
go ahead with the lecture. We'll see about that later.
Okay, I think I know where you clicked. That's next to attendees. So now your panel is separate from your...
Yes, exactly.
Right? Okay, not a problem. All you have to do is click on you would see next to that sort of black panel open up, correct?
Yeah.
Right. Now this is just expands the view for you guys. So you're able to see who's logged in, you're able to see the chat, and you're able to see the slideshow, right? If you think it's too much to look at the same time, that's okay. You just click next to attendees, you'll see more options, and you click merge panel. All right? And that's it.
Done. Thank you very much. Sorry for interrupting the lecture.
No, I think that's something that is worthwhile to show. I mean, if you want, it depends on the view that you prefer to see. If you want to see as a minimal view, a minimalist view, then you keep it as the way when you logged in. Or if you want something that is more elaborate or detailed, so you wouldn't have to be clicking or switching amongst the different panels, then you could split it. All right?
Thanks.
Sure, no problem. So as I was saying, guys, so when you join a session in Blackboard, it's going to follow the same format. You're going to go to, you'll see a screen like this, just as what we saw today. Now, a couple things I want to highlight to you, which I already did, which would be the 3 arrows you see down here at the bottom there. So we already went through that. And we also went through this purple icon at the right corner here with the panel. All right. At the very top left side, sorry, you will see another panel, but this one is not purple, it's black. When you click on that, now once I make you the moderator or facilitator of the session, you're going to see to record, to stop the recording, to leave the session, all these different things. All right? So anytime you want to record a session, you're going to go on this part here. Right? Now you have to be made the moderator to record the session. So in other words, your students cannot record or stop the recording. You have to do it. All right? Unless you make your student a moderator. Now generally, let me explain now, the moderator is like the teacher of the session or the teacher of the course or whatnot. And the participants are the students. All right? In some cases, you might have students, you might want to make students presenters. That's a third feature that you can do. So presenters are persons who can control a slide, upload and control a slideshow, right? But they cannot bump people off, they cannot mute persons, they cannot, you know. So what I'm saying is that you don't want to make persons moderators, you want to make them presenters or keep them as participants. Yeah, so far so good? So we want to go straight into uploading. Great. Thanks for that, Marsha. So we want to go straight into uploading and sharing files in BBC. Now, right off the bat, BBC will only allow you, if you're going to upload a file into BBC, otherwise known as Blackboard Collaborate, if you're going to upload a file into the platform, it would only accept PowerPoints, PDFs, or images, right? Like JPEGs and so on. My recommendation would be whatever documents you're going to upload into the platform, make sure it's a PDF, right? Even if it's a PowerPoint, make sure it's a PDF, because what is going to happen is it tends to skew the layout of your PowerPoint, for example. Yeah? So let's go through the process of uploading a document. So what I'm going to do is make, now I'm going to give you some privileges here, but I don't want you to stop the recording or edit the presentation too much, all right? So I'm going to make a couple persons presenters. You would see that you got a notification. Let me know if you didn't get a notification yet.
I got a notification.
Right, you're a presenter now. So as a presenter, great Vandana, as a presenter, what I want you to do now is click, remember that icon we were looking at as attendees? You're gonna go next to that icon now. All right, you're gonna go next to that. And before we even get to that, let me just, now you would notice as you have become presenters, now you should see at the bottom of my slide some arrows, navigational arrows, left and right. Are you seeing that?
Yeah, we are on the slide.
Right. So I want somebody to click left or right, anyone. Right? So you're seeing some stuff there, right? So you're able to control the slideshow. So let's say you have a particular couple of slides that you want students to present on, then you would give them presenters mode. Now, there's also another thing. Now, when you click on the icon that I told you, the one next to the attendees list, what are you seeing?
Share content.
Good, excellent. So you see share content, and under share content, what are you seeing?
Screen with an arrow pointing to the right.
Primary content, share blank whiteboard, share application / screen, share camera, share files.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Right? So I want you to click on share files. Now you would already see the PowerPoint that I uploaded there, right? What I want you to do now is to upload, are you seeing something with add files?
Yes.
Right.
I'm seeing it.
Perfect. So what I want you to do now is all you have to do is drag and drop, let's say it's an image or a PDF document or whatnot, or PDF PowerPoint. Just drag it from one folder into this dotted box. So I'll give you a couple of moments to do that. So while you do that, I'm just explaining. So this is just one way of sharing files or content in Blackboard. Now there's an advantage in doing this. If you happen to lose your file, if you happen to lose your flash drive, if you happen to, your file becomes corrupt or whatnot, you always have a backup of it here. All right? So it's always a good thing to, even though I'll show you how to share screen in a bit, but it's always a good thing to have your file here. Added to that, it makes it easier for you because now you can navigate through your PowerPoint while paying attention to the chat and the attendees and the statuses and all these different things. When you share screen, unlike Zoom, you're not going to be able to see the chat and all the other things that go on in Blackboard. All right? You know when you share PowerPoint, you're familiar with, well, I know from what you guys said, you're familiar with Zoom, right? So when you're sharing a PowerPoint in Zoom, you're basically sharing your screen, right? Or a particular document, but you could still see the chat, correct?
Yeah.
Right. In Blackboard, it doesn't allow you to see the chat because it'll be a totally different window. So,
Okay.
So for that reason, you want to make sure you upload your PowerPoint in a PDF format. And to do that, it's a simple process of just when you click Save As, let's say you have a PowerPoint, you click Save As, and the little thing will appear for you to save it. But you want to click just below the title of the document. You click on that drop-down arrow and you'll see PDF, and that's it. All right, so let me know if you need me to go over that. I think I heard someone.
Please.
Sorry?
Okay, I uploaded a pic. I have a picture here.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now I'm trying to drag it to the box. It's a picture of a hibiscus. And
Right.
it says invalid file type, use PNG images, JPEG, etc. But this is saying index JPEG. So I don't know.
Did you just upload the file a yellow hibiscus?
Yeah.
Right, it's there. It's there. Yeah.
Oh, it's there. Okay, okay.
Yeah. So you would see now the files that were added thus far. You would see, I think someone uploaded assessment regulations, and someone uploaded, but I guess Michelle, you just uploaded the flower. So to do that, now that the file is there, so it means that you have, let's say you have multiple files to share during this session. This is another reason why you might want to use this avenue to share your content. All right, now this is where you, from this point, you could click on the file that you'd like to share. All right, and then click Share Now. So let's say you wanted to share the flower. Right, there you go.
Okay.
Right? Let's say you wanted to share the other file. Somebody could click on Share the other file. Go ahead. Click on the other file. I see assessment regulation. Somebody could click on that.
I've clicked on it.
Right. Once you click on it, then you click Share Now.
Share, right. Okay.
Yeah, so it's you click on the file and then you click Share Now. So because it's kind of like a verification, because not everything you click on you might want to share. So now look at
Justin, I needed to go over how to drop a PowerPoint into the add files.
Sure.
Should I go on the actual PowerPoint icon at the bottom of my screen?
No. What you're gonna do is open the folder wherever you have the PowerPoint.
Okay, that'll be looking like a folder, yeah. Okay.
Right? So you're gonna locate the file. You're not opening it, you don't have to open the file. You're gonna locate the file.
Okay.
And it helps if you minimize the box so you don't get, it doesn't take up the whole screen. And once you locate the file, you're just going to drag it over to add files in
Okay,
Blackboard.
gotcha.
All right?
Okay.
So I see some people are navigating through the document we have here. So that's good. So I was going to explain that every page of a PDF is presented as a slide. Now, for some people, it might be looking small. But if you look on the left side of your screen, you're going to see a magnifying glass. And you could zoom into it a little more for you, and it's self-specific. So it's on an individual basis. So if it's too small for me, I could click on the plus sign and zoom in a little more. That's the magnifying glass at the top left side. It's like a page with a magnifying glass. You click on that, and you're going to see one with a plus sign and one with a minus sign.
Yeah.
And it makes it a little more readable for you. All right? And like I said, every page is like a slide. So if, let's say, it's an article you wanted to show your students and you wanted to draw their attention to something, you could hone in on that specific page or paragraph where necessary. Yeah?
Yep.
So I want to ask someone, anybody, could you put back up my Blackboard PowerPoint? Please? I'm asking you to do it because the repeat action will commit it to more long-term memory. So all you have to do is click on you would see a PowerPoint named Blackboard Collaborate 101. You click on that and then you click share.
Not seeing it.
Oh, you're not seeing my...
You clicked on it.
Right, you click on it and then you click share now at the bottom of the screen.
Which is what I did. So I don't know how come you're not seeing it.
Okay, I'm seeing, right, I see the other one.
Right.
All right, but let me just share it from here. And once you do that, you would see the slides at the side of the screen, right?
Yeah, but that's what happened.
Right, perfect. And then, right, so good. So it worked. All you have to do now is to click on the specific slide that you want to show.
Okay, so let me do it again.
Sure, no problem.
Right.
So when, excellent.
Yeah, just
right?
in the last.
No problem. I'll go over. Don't worry. I'll repeat. So let me.
Oh, I got it.
So you got it, yeah. So let's do it one more time. All right. So just now it was on this slide, on this document, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So what I need you to do is click on my PowerPoint, which is Blackboard or BBC. Right. Then you click share now. And then when you click share now, you just determine the slide that you want to start sharing.
Aha, okay.
So the benefit of doing it like this is that sometimes you may not have to go through all the slides that you need to go through. You may not have all the slides that you want, that you created, because sometimes a class discussion might take place and then you may not have to go detail it again in a slideshow. You could just go straight to another slide to move on. Yeah?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me know if you do it again. Oh, you're good.
So after you add your files, then this share content is the next step.
Correct. So when you add your file, you click on the file that you want to show, that you want to share or show. because it's normally added in main room files, for example. So, right, so look, somebody put back my PowerPoint. Very good, very good. All right. And from there, you would see the slides. Now, you would see on the right panel the slides that you can navigate through.
Or
now,
select.
Exactly. When you select, when you click on whatever slide you click on, is going to show on the main screen. Excellent. All right. So you just that's a good example. And I was saying that the benefit of this, and this is something that Zoom doesn't do. If you have a number of slides in your PowerPoint that you realize as the session is going on, you don't need to cover those things in your PowerPoint. You could move on and save time. Blackboard allows you to navigate, to skip from slides, to skip through your slides. You follow what I'm saying?
So to select a slide instead of like a PowerPoint, you have to do one after the other.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Okay.
Right? Because let's face it, sometimes the class might have the class might go into a conversation about a particular issue or a particular phenomenon that you were going to discuss later on in your PowerPoint, right? But because with Zoom you have to go through everything as your PowerPoint is, you still have to go and talk about it, or you have to skip through and all these different things. With Blackboard, it's a more seamless, flexible transition through your slides. All right? All right. So this is why you would notice even on my PowerPoint, I was able to skip through. So you might see certain slides I have there, but I'm not going to those slides because they're not relevant. They're not, when I say not relevant, I don't need to go through them because I would have explained them already. Or you might even see at the bottom, you might say I have 46 slides, but that's not because I'm going to talk about on 46 slides. So don't worry, it's not going to be that long. It's just me having these little backup slides in case a question comes up and I just want to illustrate something to you. I could always go back to those slides. All right, so to recap that process, uploading the file in BBC, the first thing you want to do is click on that little purple arrow at the bottom of the screen. Then you click Share Files. All right. Then you click, now you could click Add Files, or you could just drag your file when you locate it. Just drag it into by that plus sign. All right, so this is like the long way of doing it, but you could just drag it through for the shorter way. Drag it to the plus sign. When you do that, the file is saved into Blackboard Collaborate. And especially if you have multiple files, it works even better. And then you just click on it. You'll see it it's highlighted in black when you click on it. And then you click Share Now. When you click Share Now, you're going to see the slides appear. This is just to recap the process, of course. You're going to see the slides appear on the right side, and then you're going to select the slide that you want to focus on. All right. And when you're navigating through your slides, you could either navigate by clicking on the slides on the right side, or you could click on the arrowheads at the bottom of the slide. See how easy that is? All right. Good. So now I think somebody just moved the slide to recording a session. Any questions before we move on?
No.
And it's fairly easy, right?
What about these icons on the upper left? The arrow, right. The hand, the pencil, the...
Right, so I'm getting to that in just a bit. So that will go more into when we get to the engagement tools and features and so on. So after you share your content, so I'm going in the process of when you go into a Blackboard session, the first thing you want to do is upload your content. All right, now before I do that, before I go any further, there's also a feature to share your screen. You may not upload your PowerPoint, but you might want to just share your screen. For whatever reason, you might find complications with, thing, but you might want to share your screen. So let's do that very quickly. I think I have it lower down, you know. All right, but let me just check. Anyway, so to share your screen, remember we went into that page where it says share content. So let me take you back. So let's click on the chat icon at the bottom right side of the page. Click on the chat icon and let me know when you're there.
There.
Okay, good. And now I want you to go back to the share icon, the one with the arrow in it, next to the attendees list.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And what are you seeing now? Share content, right?
Yes.
Good. So now I'm going to show you how to share your screen. All right. Now to share your screen, you're going to click on Share Application Screen. Now, when you see Share Application Screen, now follow the steps carefully because it could get a little confusing. You're going to see a window pop up with saying share your screen, your entire screen, application window, or Chrome tab. Well, if you're using Google Chrome, you're going to see Chrome tab, but you're going to definitely see share your entire screen or application window. Are you seeing that?
No.
What I'm seeing is, will you allow bbccollab.com to see your screen? Then further down, select Windows screen.
Right. Select Windows screen. That's okay. And are you seeing any other, like in the what you call it? Are you seeing like windows that you have open by chance?
No. How about allow, not now, and then an arrow?
I said not allow, and I can't get back into it.
All right, let's go back a step then. All right, so let me see if I could find a little thing for you to that might help you. So let me go back. Good. So are you seeing share application screen when you go back to share content? Are you seeing share application on the screen?
Yes.
Yes, I am.
Right. So when you click on that, what are you seeing now?
I'm not seeing
Just
anything.
drop down from the URL place. Will you allow ca.bbccollab.com to see your screen?
Right.
And then you have Windows screen share. Select Windows screen. Blackboard Collaborate 101 ad hoc for entire screen. What do I do?
Right. So, oh, yes, something a little different. But remember, you are on Firefox.
I'm on
So you would
Firefox, yes.
see, yeah, you wouldn't see exactly what I'm seeing. So, and I'll get to you in just a bit, Isabel. Is anybody else seeing something with share your screen, right? CA, well, Collaborate, wants to share your content, wants to share the contents of your screen, just what Isabel read. Choose what you'd like to share. And you would see your entire screen, your application window. I think that's what Michelle you were reading, right? Not Michelle, sorry, Isabel. Is that it?
Because
right.
I had said don't allow, so of course I'm not seeing anything now.
But did you try it again?
I tried it again, but it's still nothing is happening.
Yeah, it probably took the browser settings. Yeah. That's okay. All right. Well, is anyone else seeing the small window, pop-up window, application window, or your entire screen?
Should I go to entire screen?
No, don't go to entire screen. Go to application window.
Application window.
You're not seeing application window?
No, I'm seeing select Windows screen and then Blackboard Collaborate BBC 101 ad hoc for the etc.
Right. No, that's good. That's good. So if you were to open another page, Isabel, it could be another page. Open a folder, for example, and it should appear every time you open a page or a folder, a new window, it appears in the list. Right now, I think you might only see that because that's the only thing you have open.
Oh, I see. What do I do next?
Right, so click on the window that you'd like to share.
On the window that you like to share.
So, for example, you open the other window, right? Like a folder of some sort, or...
Okay, open a folder.
Right. This is outside of BBC. You open another folder, or not, like let's say a PowerPoint, for example.
Okay, I'll open a PowerPoint. How about that?
Yeah, no problem. And once you do that, then you're going to go back to the BBC, the window that you were just looking at before, with the application window or whatnot, and you should see it listed there. No?
No.
Okay, don't worry, we're getting there.
A slow computer.
Oh.
That's why, yeah.
All right, well, let me just show you what will normally take place. All right. Let me take a screenshot of it and share it with you, so at least you'll see what you should see. Is that okay?
That's fine. The PowerPoint is now coming up, but my computer as a rule is very slow.
That's all right. That's all right.
As I take up the PowerPoint, okay, should I have taken up the PowerPoint from the folder instead of the actual PowerPoint?
Once you open it, you could do it any way you want. Once you open that PowerPoint, just open the PowerPoint.
Perhaps you can go on with your lecture. I'll wait for this.
Okay, no problem. I'm just gonna share a screenshot of what you should see. All right. So you should be seeing a picture that looks like this. You would see, remember I was telling you about the shared screen thing? Yeah? So it should be something that looks like this. So right now you're seeing all the windows I have open. So this is the Blackboard Collaborate session. This is my PowerPoint. This is another thing, this is another thing. Now once I click on now first of all, notice the tab on the top. It's your entire screen, but it's the one I'm on is application window. The reason I'm selecting application window is because it lets me choose any window I have open in my on my computer. Think of it like Zoom. You know when you want to share your screen in Zoom, Zoom will ask you what you want to share basically, and you select your PowerPoint or whatever file it might be. It's the same procedure. Yeah. Right, so this is exactly what it's like. So what you would do is make sure you go from, let me recap the steps. You went to share content, which is the middle arrow in the lower right side. Then you're gonna click share application screen. Then you're gonna click application window. That's right at the top here. And then you're gonna select the page that you want to share. You just click on any window that you want to share. Once you click on it, then you click share, which is at the bottom here.
Okay.
Right? Yes, Neela?
Yes, I have issues, like sharing videos, like a YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
How do we do it? On the application or like YouTube,
right.
something? Yeah.
So you could do videos. If it's a YouTube video, for example, you could share it via different ways. You could easily copy and paste the link and put it in the chat. All right, so students can go and look at it. And you give them,
yeah.
Right, so you could do that. They could, you give them about depending on how long the video is. If it's 2 minutes, give them 2 minutes, and then the 3rd minute they come back and discuss what stood out to them in the video. Or you could show them the video by sharing your screen, which is the same procedure I was talking about earlier with sharing an application window. The problem with sharing an application window is that you're not sure what the bandwidth on the student's end might be. So the video that you might be showing might play on your side, but it might stick on their side. So that's why I was saying that you probably would want to you might be better off sharing the link with your students.
That's what I have done last semester, especially for labs. You know, virtual labs. You know, yeah, I have to use the links rather than sharing it through the screen, through the application window.
Yeah,
otherwise,
and it's
a lot of issues. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot smoother. But I was just showing this because I know some people prefer to not upload their PowerPoints and all these different things. Now, guys, once you upload your PowerPoints, it doesn't mean that you lose your PowerPoint or the PowerPoint will be downloaded by someone else. Once it's in here, it cannot be downloaded. It cannot be stolen. So you don't have to worry about that. All right? But if for whatever reason you want to share your screen, this is the way you do it. All right. Now to stop sharing, you click on this. You see that little, oh, you're probably not seeing it now, but you would see a little icon at the bottom of your screen saying stop sharing. You can't miss it. It's almost like the Zoom icon. I mean the Zoom platform. You just click stop sharing, and that's it. All right. So let's move on very quickly to the next step, which is really recording a session. So in recording a session, it's very, very, very simple. It's literally the click of one button, well, maybe two. So you're going to see remember I told you about the icon at the top left side?
Yeah.
You click, you click on that, and it's going to open a bigger menu, which would look like this. You wouldn't see it now because I think you're just the participants or the presenters. But really, it's something that the moderator will see. So in other words, when you enter your session as a facilitator, then you are able to see, you click on it and you'll be able to see all of those options. All right? Any questions?
No.
So let's say, for example, now I'm taking a chance in doing this because I don't want you to stop the recording. So let's say, Vandana, I'm going to make you a moderator. Vandana, are you seeing? So when you, so Vandana, you could click on the icon, click on the menu, open session menu. I don't want you to stop the recording, so don't click anything. You're just gonna, I'm just showing you what you would see. Right? Are you seeing that, Vandana? Are you there? I don't think Vandana is there. Okay, let me try someone else then. Michelle. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So Michelle, I just made you a moderator.
Okay.
Michelle, I want you to click on the top right side. The top left side, sorry, my bad. Top left.
Uh-huh.
And are you seeing the options there about, well, now you might see stop recording because the session is being recorded. So, right, but you don't click it. Yeah. But if you wanted to, go ahead.
I was just reading out what I'm seeing.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Tell me about Collaborate, Blackboard Collaborate, help, private policy, and then we'll leave session in the bottom.
Right. So the only thing you really need to focus on in this ribbon and that menu would be start recording or stop recording. right? So when of course in the beginning of your session you might click start recording. When it's the end of your session, you click stop recording. Now the thing about this, the reason I'm saying don't click stop recording now, is because unlike Zoom, you know Zoom, I think when you stop the recording, you could pause the recording, but you can't. Yeah, with Blackboard, you can't pause the recording. It's either start or stop, and that's it.
Okay. Right.
All right. So that was just to show you what it looks like. So I'm just, and it's basically, guys, for the rest of everyone else, literally what you're seeing here on the slideshow is what Michelle just saw.
Good.
All right. Okay, so I'm gonna make you back into a presenter. All right. I think two persons are having connectivity issues. All right, so let's move very quickly. What's that?
Yes, I'm having a connectivity issue because the drop-down box from when I clicked on share application screen, it's still there.
Oh, and you're breaking up a little bit, so it may be a network issue.
Yeah, my network is, yeah.
Yeah, that's no problem. The thing is, well, the session will be recorded. It's being recorded, as you see, so I will be able to share this with you hopefully by Monday, between Monday and Tuesday, once it's, once it's not, we don't get any hiccups and someone stops the recording and then I'll have to edit 2 different recordings and so on. So once it remains as a full recording, then we should be good to go. All right, so far so good, guys? And Isabel, you didn't miss anything. It was just me showing Michelle how
I saw it on the screen, yes.
Okay, good. So, and this is a good thing, guys, that is something I like to do just in case connectivity issues like what happened just now. I like to have a little snapshot of what it should look like in the event that your video doesn't play or whatever the case is. All right? Okay, so, I see people moving things along. So, now I'm not sure who moved it, but thanks for that. So now we're going to go into the fun part, the engagement in a BBC session. So there are different ways you can engage your students. You can engage them with the BBC features, all right? And you could engage them with features external to BBC. Now, one of the first things that I want to highlight here, before we go further, is I think Isabel asked about the icons at the top. All right. Now, one of the first things that I want to highlight is, you see the pencil and the T and even the square. Those are things that you could draw on, whether it's a whiteboard or on a slide. You could allow students to do that. All right. So I'm going to invite you to type the course that you teach. All right, the name of the course. So to do that, you click on the T on the top left side, and then you click on the slide, anywhere on the slide, and start typing. So you could type, you know what, let me change the question a bit. Let's say, okay, let's go forward with it. What is the course that you are teaching? What is the name of the course that you are teaching? So go ahead and type it. Right. FOSQ 6004, Agri-Food Safety and Risk Analysis, Introduction to the WTO. Good. Go ahead. I like that, somebody amended it. Okay, good. Now, I'm gonna ask you now I want you to draw something. Now, this is where it could get a little not technical, but you know, it'll test the accuracy skills. So if you're going to draw something, now I know in your field there'll be a lot of images and so on. So you might want to draw something. To do that, you're going to use the pencil. The pencil. So let's say you want to draw a particular. Now the thing with this, you may not get it perfect, but it's still something that you could use. It helps if you have a stylus, one of those little kind of pencil rubber tip, to do that. So if you wanted to draw a tree of some sort, you could do that using your mouse or your hand if it's a touch screen. So I did my best to draw a little. What was supposed to be a tree looks more like a flower now. Whoever's drawing that I think it's a palm tree of some sort, of coconut tree. Good. And now you could change the color of your font color or drawing colors. You will see that little circle at the end of that list there. Once you click on that, by default I think it's blue. You could change it to red, orange, purple, yellow, etc., etc.
Where's that? So how can you change the color, please?
You would see on the top of the slide, the left side, you would see a little circle with a particular color. In my case, it's blue. I'm not sure if it's blue for everybody else. But once you click on that little circle, at the top left side, just above the slideshow.
Okay, I see it.
Right. Whoever's drawing this palm tree here is doing an excellent job. Let me just see.
Lots of time on my hands.
Right, I know, right? Now, the thing about this, now, I'm glad that the reason I like to show this part to persons in your field and similar fields is because it gives you an opportunity where, let's say the previous one where you had to type something, you may want to show students an illustration, let's say of the water cycle, and they have to now label the different components of the water cycle, right? So you might want them to insert where evaporation might take place, where surface runoff might take place, where condensation will take place, you know, that kind of thing. So, and you know, I didn't think I should have created a slide like that for you, and so you could demonstrate it. But yeah, so it's a good way for you to just give an illustration or a diagram and let the students insert the labels. All right, and that way it becomes a little more engaging for your students. Yeah?
Yeah.
And I see somebody erased all the drawings, which is good. Now to erase your drawings, you would see a sort of erase. Next to the T icon, you would see that eraser icon. That's how you erase the drawings. All right, now you are able to erase it because you are the presenters. Similar to if I'm the moderator, I could erase the drawings. Now, if you were the participants, you would not be able to see those things. All right? So let's say if I wanted to highlight something as well. Well, not highlight, but bring emphasis to something. I might want to emphasize breakout rooms or breakout. So I'm just drawing an arrow here. Oops, sorry. Right, using the line, or I could use a shape. Now I'm never good with these shapes, so just excuse me, right? You can also do that. All right. Now that's in the event that you want to highlight something. Let's say you're showing them an article and you want to highlight a particular paragraph, you're free to do that. Right, like so. Any questions so far?
Mm-mm.
So far it's easy, right? Okay, great. Marsha, I hope that's no as in no questions, right? All right, so using breakout rooms, so we're going to go into breakout rooms now. And there are other things that you can use, but Those are some of the main things. Now, if it is that you find students are abusing it, once you're the moderator of a session, you could easily go into the settings and disallow students from drawing on the whiteboard. All right. Now, remember when we went into sharing content, you saw something with share whiteboard? Yeah?
Yes.
Right. So what I try to do is, I don't really use the whiteboard so much. I tend to incorporate it into my slide, like by leaving a blank slide, and that kind of thing. So another way of doing you would notice when I did the icebreaker before, even though I did it as a poll, what I also have is a backup in the event that we had technical glitches. So what I did, I just typed the question on the slide, and then you could easily type in your answer, right? So if I were to ask, I'm going to put another question here. Are you hungry? And you could go ahead and type your responses on the slideshow, on this slide. Go ahead. Very good, and I didn't even have to go over the process for you. Whoever said yes, well, it's rough. All right, but we're going to finish in just a bit, so it wouldn't be too long again. All right. So these are some ways that you could engage your students. Like I said, you can have annotations, which is what we just did. I'm going to show you polls and breakout rooms in just a bit. Of course, class discussions. You could have students do presentations. I don't think I showed you that. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to make one of you a moderator. All right, and I'm going to ask you to change someone else's. I'm hearing a lot of background noise. I want you to change someone's status to a participant. Sorry, a presenter. Is that okay? So, Neela, I'm going to make you a moderator. And I want you to make someone else a presenter.
I'm going to make Edric.
Okay, great. So I'll just pull up this slide in terms of showing the process. I think I have a slide on that. Do you know how to do it, Neela, or no?
Yes, I already did it.
Oh, you did it already? Okay, great. Great. So that's right. So I'm going to show you how to do it. I think I have it somewhere here. But let me just explain it in other words, right? So what you're going to do is in the same participants list, all right? Neela, could you make Marsha a moderator?
Sure. It's done, yes.
Now, nice, good. Now, guys, I need you to go onto your attendees list. And this is something I forgot to do earlier. Go to your attendees list. And that way you'll be able to see who's a presenter, who's the moderator, who are the participants. Marsha, could you make Michelle moderator? Okay, that was quick. Nice. Michelle, could you make Isabel a presenter? Now to do that, you're going to click on the circle icon, next to the, on the right side of the person's name. And you would see the options there.
Okay, so what am I making?
So you make it a presenter.
Okay.
Good. And let me see, who didn't I use? Vandana, are you there? I'm not sure if Vandana is there. All right. Isabel, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. So I'm making you a moderator for now, and I want you to make Edric a moderator as well.
Make Edric a moderator?
Yeah. So you're going to click on the right side of his name. Okay, good. You did it. Very good. Very good. Excellent. Let me give a clap to the entire class. So this is where the emoticons come in, right? This is where the cake and all the extra stuff, right? So just some some motivation. So good. So everyone's a moderator in this session. Now, from here, so this is one way that you want to do. You want to do it like this to make students. Now you're not going to make your students moderators, but you'll make them presenters. All right? But it's the same procedure. So when you want your students to do, let's say you give them a little group activity, and you want them to do a presentation on whatever they presented on, or whatnot. You would do it in this way. Now, you would make them presenters, just as I made you presenters, and just as how you made each other moderators or presenters. But I'm recommending make them presenters, but not moderators. All right? Because remember, the moderator is like the teacher. The presenter is a presenter. So with the presenter, they could upload their PowerPoints. They could navigate through the PowerPoints. They could, if they have a presentation to do. And I'm sure do you have like those sorts of activities or assessments in your courses? Yeah? Even if it's not an assessment, even if it's just an activity, like to ensure that they are engaged and that they are doing most of the work, as opposed to you just talking them through, it's one way to do it. Sorry, go ahead, Michelle.
Okay, so like if you give a reading, for example, and you have questions, so is it, so you can just choose a student or make all of them presenters to answer the questions, or just choose one person, or
right. If it's just to answer, right. If it's just to answer a question, they don't need to be made presenters. They could do it just as participants. If it's that you want them to do a presentation, let's say it's a case study you gave them, and you want them to do a presentation on how they will deal with that situation. Let's say it's a case study where forest fire. I'm just giving a random thing, right? A forest fire came, or they did, bushfires are prevalent throughout the land and whatnot, and it affected such and such crops. What would be, that's a case study. Let's say that's a case study. You might want to give them that case study and ask them to find ways of mitigating or dealing with that national crisis, if you want to call it that, right? And they could they could do a presentation where they propose ways of dealing with prevalent bushfires in the country, whether it's sensitizing the public, whether it's, all these different things they might want to do. Yeah. So that way it makes it a more authentic, even if it's not an assessment, it's an authentic activity for them. So they're able to make the connection between the theory and the, the studies and the readings and its application to real life. All right.
All right. But can one have more than one group working at a time, or is it just that you can only work with one group in using Blackboard?
Good. That takes us to our next thing. One of the things we're going to come up saying, which is creating breakout rooms, right? Okay. So you could put persons into different groups, and they could all be working in the groups at the same time.
Right.
And on Blackboard, when you create breakout groups, it puts them into like little tutorial rooms almost, virtual tutorial rooms, or separate rooms where they could work on their thing together
Right.
in different groups. So each group has a separate room, and they could work on their thing and then come back and present on what they came up with. Right?
Okay.
So before I go into breakout rooms, I want to go into polls. All right? Or do I have polls first? Oh no, I have breakout rooms first. Okay, good. So I'm just going to explain the process and then we'll go into it. All right? So the breakout rooms, now to do this, I'm going to have to make some persons participants. All right? So I'll make, sorry, just give me one sec. So I'm making Bandana, Neela, and I would make everybody think so. Okay, so I'm making Marsha. I'll put you as a presenter. Michelle will be a presenter. Okay, so Edric, are you there? I'm not sure if he's there. Okay, Michelle.
Yes.
Michelle is laughing. So Michelle, I'm gonna guide you in creating breakout rooms. All right. So to do that, you would see, and I need you to go to the center icon with the arrowhead, just as it's saying in the slideshow here. You're gonna click on breakout groups. That's at the bottom of the list.
Yep.
Then you should see a page that looks like this. The image, the illustration here.
Yeah.
Make sure it's a random.
Main room, Edric, Harry. I'm seeing main room. Well, assigned groups, above groups, etc. Right? So I'm seeing that page.
Perfect. So what I need you to do is make sure you see, you click randomly assign. You could click, maybe you may not need to include the moderators. Number of groups, you could leave it as 2.
Yeah.
Now this part where it says, and everybody's seen it on the illustration, where it says allow attendees to switch groups, make sure that is not ticked. Because what you're gonna have is persons who are, let's say, students, you don't want to give them the privilege of switching between groups and then there's a whole confusion after, right? Because students can do that, you know, they'll be like, Miss, I don't want to work with she, you know. So, right? So you want that's part of the management of your classroom. So you want them to whatever group you assign them to, even though it's randomly, you want them to stay in that group. So that group works on that particular topic and they stay in that group. All right, so once you have that, you could shuffle attendees. Now, every time you click shuffle attendees, it'll just do a randomized shuffling of who's assigned to which group. All right. Now, currently we have Isabel, and if you scroll lower down, you would see Isabel, Marsha, and Neela in one group, and then you will see group 2 with Albert and Vandana in the next group. Yeah?
Okay, well, I am seeing Albert, Marsha, Neela in group 1, Isabel, Vandana 2.
All right, good. I was just reading what I have in mind because I'm doing the same thing with you. So what I want you to do now is when you click on the start button, it's going to start the breakout room. Right. So, Michelle?
Yes.
Right. So remember we clicked that the moderators stay in the main room. So that's why we can talk here. but the rest of the groups, the two groups, they wouldn't be able to hear us or say anything. Right. Now, you could easily go into another group. What I want you to do is move yourself to another group and tell them that we're going to end it. As a matter of fact, you don't need to do that. Now, I'm just explaining it to you. You could easily drag your name on the right side there and go to group 1 or group 2. All right.
So, okay.
What's that? And just to supervise what they're doing. Yeah, you could see what they're doing. Right? You don't have to do that. I'm going to end it.
Drag my name from.
Yeah. You just drag your name. You see your name there in a tile.
No, I'm not seeing that.
No? Okay. Go to the attendees.
I'm seeing it under moderators,
Mm-hmm.
right? But I'm not seeing like a tile.
Okay. Are you in the same? Just now, 1 sec, right?
Because you have two moderators.
Right. No, I think you might be in the wrong. You might be in the wrong panel. So go to the one with the arrowhead in the middle.
In the middle.
Right. No, not the slideshow. The and the left and the right side, the one with the arrowhead.
By breakout groups, right?
Yes.
So I'm seeing main room. Is the
Excellent. Right. So you're gonna take your name. You're gonna drag your name into, let's say, group 1.
Okay. Group 1.
And then you click update. Okay.
I'm just there to mako what you all doing.
You're back in the main room.
I was
right?
there to mako.
Yes. So that's a little insight in terms of how the breakout rooms function. Now, did you guys see the message I sent? That we're going to end the breakout rooms now?
No.
Yeah, I saw it.
Right. So that's a feature that came up with Blackboard, let's say a couple months ago, a new feature. I think they took it straight from Zoom because with Zoom, you were able to message your groups from outside. You as a teacher, you used to be able to message your groups, your breakout groups from the main room, not with Blackboard, but now Blackboard has adopted that feature. All right. So at least you could let them know, okay, you have 5 minutes again, 2 minutes again, and they give them a nice little time check.
All right. No,
yeah.
I didn't see the message.
That's all right. It's just to send that message, guys. It's just once you have persons in your breakout groups, you just go to the main chat that we were using earlier today. You go to the main chat and you insert a message. Oh, Isabel was disconnected. Oh. Don't worry, Isabel. Well, you'll get the recording, and of course, there's also information that I will send following to provide further support. All right. I'm hearing somebody's microphone. All right. So just to recap the process. So in terms of using breakout rooms, you click on the middle, like the arrowhead icon, which is the middle icon in the lower menu, right, on the right side. Click on breakout groups. Then you determine the settings or the configurations of your breakout groups, how many persons you want in your groups, if you want them to be able to switch groups, that kind of thing, how many groups you might want. You might, instead of 2, you might want 5, and well, no, it's a class of 10. So you might just put 2 groups of 5, right? And then you click start. And that's it. Any questions on breakout rooms?
We have to practice all of these things and get confused and then get, yes. Will we have that before we actually have to teach?
Yes, yes. If you get, let me see how you could do this. You should be able to practice.
We could set up a BBC link.
Yeah, Justin, I could go into like an old PowerShell and just do like a practice room and just share the link with them so they could practice in the interim.
Definitely. All right. And but at least you get your hands, your feet wet, as a colleague of mine would say, in terms of how to create it. And now I would recommend that you go through. You have this video next to, while you're doing it, so it guides you in terms of. Yes, we can hear you. Right, it guides you through the process. All right. Do you need me to do it one more time, or are you good?
You can repeat it. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yes.
No problem at all. So, so let's do it one more time. It shouldn't take that long, so we could do it one more time. So this time I'm gonna make I wonder if I should use someone else now. I want to use Isabel, but the connection is not too strong. Okay, well, let's use Michelle again. All right. Okay. Marsha, I think you have experience in this as well, not so? Marsha, Neela?
Yeah.
Right. So let me just, and Isabel, I know you would see the recording, so you would see everything that we're seeing here. All right. I'm just not sure with the connection. I don't want you to drop out halfway and then the breakout rooms are left hanging. So let's do it one more time. So I'm putting
just a question, Justin.
Sure.
Well, before we go into it, what sort of time frame do you suggest would be best to have people in workout groups?
Oh, good question. Well, that's relative to the activity that you give them, the task that you want them to do. My thing would be roughly no more than 20 minutes. Because if you give them...
Like to give them something to read, that would be too much time.
Well, you could give them something to read, but they must be able to, I would recommend that they come and present on what they found.
So
let me give you an example.
So give it to them beforehand.
No, you can give them, well, I don't think you will give them a long article to read. No. It might be just a video, for example. Let's say, I think Neela, you mentioned you had a video of something, right?
Yeah, I actually a lot of videos for the lab virtuals. Yeah.
Right. And you might want them to, you might want to share the link to the labs, to a particular lab, and you might want to engage them in a discussion on what they found in the lab, or how, if it's a particular phenomenon, how they would deal with it, that kind of thing. Let me give an example of what I did with a couple classes last semester. So let's say you want to cover theories, a particular session. So I wanted them to look at certain theories, learning theories, etc. And I assigned a theory to each group, right? Let's say the group was, it was a medium-sized class. So I think I had about 5 to 6 students per group, right? And I gave each group one theory. So it had about 6 groups. And I gave them I assigned the theory to each group. They went into the breakout rooms, did a little web quest, the search online, you know, find whatever they could about a particular theory, what the history of it, the relevance of it even now, the, you know, different things. And then they put together a presentation and presented on it. Now, the thing is, I didn't even tell them they had to put together a presentation. All I said was, go and look up these theories and find the salient points of each theory, right? But the culture of the class was so, they were very much engaged because they like that. Students like to do things. And I remember we living in an age of the internet, the digital age, you know, everybody likes to find something on, you know, Google. Everybody goes to Google for everything. So this is just giving them a proper license to do that in a learning context. So it was really something along those lines. They go and do an internet search on a particular theory or theories, and they took the initiative now to put together the information, to collate it, to summarize it into a cohesive short presentation. Right? Because we got so excited because you're thinking, okay, it's a group, so it's competition. It's, you know, we want to make sure our group is the best. You know, that's, you know, you want to foster that in your classroom because then you don't have to do as much in terms of getting them excited about the content. And that didn't take, I think, normally what I did in those, and for that class, I would give them the breakout group activity. Let's say that would be about 15 minutes. And I'll give them a little 5-minute break in between. And then we resume, we come back to the main room. So that's why I'm saying, okay, looking at 10 to 15/20 minutes, tops, no more than 20 minutes.
Okay.
Because you don't want to give too much time for a breakout session that they get time to leave and go down the road and buy a aloo pie and then come back and they kind of disconnected. You know, you'll have to, it'll take a while for them to settle down again. Right? So let me just recap how we went through the breakout group. So Michelle, I'll do it with you again.
Okay.
All right. So the first thing I want you to do is click on the share content icon.
Right.
And then you're going to see breakout rooms at the bottom of the list, just as what you're seeing here in the illustration.
Right.
And then you're going to click breakout groups.
Yes.
That will take you to a page that looks something like this in the illustration here, where you can randomly assign.
Okay.
You don't have to include moderators in the group.
Right. So
you can determine.
I could delete myself from the group then.
Exactly. Once you don't include moderators, you will not be included.
Although I'm seeing me in that group.
So you put it as, let's say, 2 groups, because there must be a minimum of 2 groups.
Yeah.
And then you could go all the way down and just click start.
Right, starting breakout groups.
Right, so they're in the breakout groups.
Right.
And that's it. So I want you to send a note, click on the chat icon. And just send a note that groups will be ending in 10 seconds. Right? So they would see that. And what you're going to do now is go back to the share content icon. You see this little square icon next to breakout groups?
Right.
Click on that and it will end the breakout groups.
Right. Okay.
And now everybody is back in the main room. I think Isabel is reconnecting. Is everyone there?
Yes.
Right. And that's it. All right. So Michelle, you will be a pro in this, and you, when you get your test environment, you could you could teach everybody else as well. All right.
Justin.
So one last thing before we end is polls. Now let me make everyone, because I see people have connectivity issues, which is not necessarily a bad thing because I mean the session is being recorded, so that's okay. So to share poll, you're gonna click on the middle, same thing, middle icon. Now that middle icon, you probably got it by now. Anytime you want to engage your students or anything with teaching and learning, you're gonna go straight, Isabel said thank you. You're gonna go straight into that middle icon. Unless it's the chat, the middle icon is your friend. All right, so you click on that middle icon and you should see, similar to the illustration on the left, polling. Are you seeing that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. So Isabel, I'm gonna pick on you now, right? So what I need you to do is click on polling.
Yes, I've
And,
done that.
right, and what are you seeing now?
Polling, multiple choice, yes, no choices. Select
Right.
poll type.
Right, just what we're seeing on the illustration here. So what I need you to do is click a yes or no question, or yes or no choices, and you're gonna give a question. It'll prompt you, it should prompt you to insert your question.
Yes, it has done that. Let me think. Okay.
Don't give them something too hard.
No.
And
Press start.
right, yes, click start. And there we have it. Can coronavirus be spread through food? And guys, we could click on the responses. Right? Good.
Okay.
And Isabel, you just click on lock poll. When you click on lock poll, it shows everybody the results.
Okay.
And I will just confess I clicked yes, right? So just so.
Well, most food scientists think it doesn't spread through food. That's the truth. That's the latest information.
Okay,
It
okay. So if
can't spread.
somebody cough or sneeze over your food, that it doesn't spread?
That's a good question. That's
Yeah.
a very valid question. Like you sneeze on your food, but sanitize everything as you usually do.
Yeah,
Like
but you can't sanitize your food.
So yeah, you can if it's fruits and vegetables, the uncooked
Oh yeah,
food.
true. Yes.
If it's cooked, heat it over again.
That is true. Yes. All right. So good. Look, you just created your poll. Now to stop the poll, you just click on that square icon and the poll box. Right there you go. So let me do it one more time with someone else. So and that was fairly easy, not so, Isabel?
Yeah, simple. Yeah.
Yeah, easy thing, man. Easy. So Albert, are you there?
I don't think so.
All right. I hope I'm pronouncing names correctly. Is it Edric or Edric? Are you there?
Edric may not
No?
be there either.
All right. Okay, well, let's try. Michelle, do you want to do it as well?
Yeah, no problem.
All right. So it's the same procedure. Click on the middle icon. I think you're there already. You click on polling.
All right.
And then you just select the type of question you want to give. If it's multiple choice or yes or no. And then from there, you're going to insert the question.
Start, right?
Yeah. Yes. You typed in the question already, right? Will you miss Carnival?
Let's see.
Yeah, we're coping here. That is hilarious.
Who said yes?
The duvet and the
Yes.
duvet, the extempo, and the panorama.
Right.
Okay. Right.
And to lock the poll, in other words, you want to show students the results, you click lock poll, and that's it. Right? To stop sharing the poll, you just click on that little square icon with the circle around it.
Right.
And that's it.
Done.
And there you have it. you did your first poll in Blackboard.
Very well.
Right? Now the thing with, and now if I were to compare this with Zoom, I think polls are a lot easier to create here than Zoom. Because I think in Zoom you have to create your polls in advance.
Okay.
All right. Now there are other ways you could. This is just going off. Outside of Blackboard, you could engage in Blackboard, but using other platforms. All right. One of them I think we mentioned is using video URLs. All right. You share a little video link or something of that nature, even a page of some sort, and students look at the video, then they come back and discuss, or they could do it in a group activity as we saw, as I mentioned earlier. These other platforms that you see here, a little poll everywhere is just a poll you're creating. So it's the same as Blackboard. Kahoot and Jeopardy and so on, these are other gaming platforms that you might want to incorporate. It's not necessary, but just other things that you could think of, that might interest you. And I could always show you those things at some other time as well. All right? You might want to look out for a workshop that might be coming up within the next 2 weeks, I'm assuming, in terms of engaging students in the online environment, online teaching and learning. So hopefully, if Marsha sees the advertisement, she could share it with you, and you're always free to register and join. All right?
You say it's coming up when? 2 weeks?
Within the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay.
And
right?
how do we practice on Blackboard Collaborate?
Right. Well, remember Michelle said she would provide the link, and then sorry, why am I saying Michelle? Marsha, sorry. Marsha will provide the link for you, and it might help if you all come together for that time as well. And if possible, I might try to join if I'm available, and provide some guidance. But I think you might have enough guidance between this video, the recording of this session, and that you probably should be good to go. Not to mention, I'll also be sharing some. In addition to the video recording, I'll also be sharing some tip sheets in terms of just to guide you in terms of how to navigate through Blackboard. All right.
Okay.
Any other questions, guys?
No.
Hello?
For now.
Yes.
Edric. Hello, this is Edric.
Edric, I missed you, man. I was calling out for you just now and you didn't answer.
Yeah, what happened? I was trying to click on the poll to start the poll, but nothing was happening. So I don't know. But I followed it because I think there are many similarities between the Zoom and this Blackboard. I wasn't aware of Blackboard until about 2 weeks ago. But I found out there are many similarities.
Yes.
And it's a matter of just practicing.
Definitely.
So I don't think it's a big deal, really. It's just a matter of going through some of the steps.
Right. The good thing about this, I forgot to mention, when you record a session, it saves the session to your My Learning course. Now, Marsha will know what I'm talking about. With Zoom, you might have to manually go and email the link to the recording to your students. With Blackboard, because it's built in My Learning, you can, once you click record, even if you forget to stop the recording, if you close off the session, the recording is still saved, and students can go in and access the recording at any time. So that's another benefit in terms of using Blackboard. All right.
My other concern with this is that you talk in terms of using the breakout sessions and so on, but given the fact that you have a very limited time period, for example, because I'll be teaching in the next month, it's 2 sessions. You have two sessions, 2 3-hour sessions. you really have to work quickly. So I'm wondering if you'll have that leeway to do all these breakout sessions and putting students into groups, and because that could take some time, and you really have to. So that's my concern.
Material? You mean in terms of covering?
Delivery of the course. Delivery of the course, given the fact that I only have 2 sessions with the students, right? So I'm wondering if if you want to incorporate breakout sessions and putting students into groups and being I wouldn't say interrupted by all the chats and so on. It might really take away from your delivery in terms of finishing the program in a very limited time that you have to get the material delivered to the students. So that's just my take on my concern.
Sure. And
yes, go ahead.
Let me try to address that. So I think that's a very valid concern you raised there. But I would say that the breakout rooms, now you're not going to use breakout rooms for any and everything. The breakout rooms are better when you want to let students be more involved or take more autonomy in their learning or become more involved. It allows you to cover things in a faster way, some things. So let's say the example I was given earlier, where it is I gave them, I put them in groups and I gave them the topics to look into. And you may not give them a whole 20 minutes. You mightn't even give them 15. You might give them just 5 to 10 minutes tops to do something very specific and come and give an account of it right after. And the length of time that it would take you to cover all of that, plus questions, plus chat, plus all these other things, will end up being a lot shorter. Sorry, you would cover more in less time, right? Not to mention that they would more like scientifically proven, of course. They were more likely to remember what they did, because remember now it's more hands-on. It's not just sit and listen. So the breakout rooms would be something that you would use very strategically. Not everything requires a breakout room activity. Sometimes it might be just a poll, right? Or it might be just a question or a class discussion, but you want to use make sure your activities are diverse, but not too diverse that you focus more on the activities and less on the learning, and you don't have time to cover all this stuff. So a simple thing like a class discussion, in addition to the breakout rooms, the class discussion, the polls, that should suffice. Because with the polls, it might show you what students actually learn and didn't learn, or what they know and didn't know, what their prior knowledge might be about a particular thing, and how you could tailor your instruction along the way. The breakout rooms might be used for something where you don't want to go over the basics. Those are things that they should know, or you want them to cover before you take them to another complicated level, right? Or it might be a problem, a case study that you think that might be more engaging and more effective than just giving them the answer or having it in a class discussion. So what I'm saying is that don't count it out yet. Just think about it in light of what you're trying to accomplish, your learning outcomes, and the content you need to cover, and see how best you could do it in a more engaging but still efficient way. If it's something that takes you, it's going to take you, or the way you map it out, you think it might take a whole hour to cover something that you could do in just 10 minutes, then clearly you're not using the right activity in the right way. Sorry, you're not using the activity in the right way. So you get what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
think about
it
it in that regard. Yeah. So I'm not saying
Strategic.
the breakout rooms will be something that a plaster for all. It would just be something that you use, let's say, once per session, per 3-hour session, whatever that might be. All right?
Okay, understood.
And you time it. Yeah, make sure you time it. So it's just a 10-minute. It could be even 5 minutes. It's just if it's a simple thing that a video they need to look at, then they look at the video, and then they come back and give their thoughts on it. That will take 5 minutes, depending on how long the video is, of course.
As I said, you have to be strategic in its use. I understand.
Yeah. Think about it like this. Not to belabor the point, but think about it like this. If you want to go to the airport from, well, I don't know where everybody's at, we're all remote, but let's say from the university campus, you want to go to the airport. You're not going to take a bicycle to go to the airport from the university campus. You're not going to take an airplane to go to the airport. That's not the right, fit for purpose kind of thing we're looking at. You could take a vehicle to go to the airport from the university campus in St. Augustine. So it's really not just what you're using, but how you use it. And like I said, being strategic. All right? But that's a very good, a valid concern and question that you raised there. Any other questions, guys?
Not right now.
Okay, no problem. Of course, you could always shoot me an email if you have any questions. I'll show you my email address in just a bit. Now, you will receive a link to a workshop evaluation, a session evaluation, just to, let us know what your thoughts are, what you liked, where you think we could improve, that sort of thing. So we'll be happy to, and it's anonymous, so we'll be happy for that feedback. All right? And if you need any support, technical support or otherwise, feel free to shoot us an email at any of these addresses. Some of you might be familiar with servicedesk@sta.ulwi.edu. All right? Or you could just send me an email as well. All right, and of course you have Marsha, so Marsha will also be able to, you could relate to Marsha, and Marsha will just, if need be, could send it to me for further troubleshooting and so on. All right, be sure, guys, to make sure your sessions are creative, that you allow for collaboration, you have that practical component, which the breakout rooms might help with, along with the polls and all these other things. Make sure it's an engaging learning experience, because they learn more, they retain more. All right. Thank you again for attending this session, and I will try to get the recording of this session to you by, I'm not sure today, it might take a while for the software to produce, but if not today, by Monday. All right. Is that okay?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
All right, thank you so much for attending, guys. And if you have any questions or issues, feel free to shoot me an email. All right. And of course, I'll be there to support. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think my machine just froze. So I guess that's a sign. But so definitely we'll keep in touch. So just send me an email, and I'll be happy to assist. All right. I'll also send you, in addition to the recording, the other files, just about 2 or 3 little one-page sheets on further guidance. All right, and support.
Good.
All right, have a great weekend, guys. Again, Happy New Year, and all the best.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Same to
Justin,
you.
for taking the time to deliver this training. I'm sure a lot of us find it very beneficial. So thanks again.
You are most welcome. You are most welcome. All right.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you.
You're welcome. I think my Chrome just froze, so I guess if you don't see me responding, it's probably because my machine is giving a little problem now, right? But I don't mind it's after the session, so that's okay.
Yes.
All right, have a great afternoon, everyone.
All right, you too.
Okay.
Thanks again.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. Hmm? Oh. I will see when it comes to me.
Oh, no, sometime. Fine.
What is this, Steve?
One and
Oh boy. Well, to cut a long story short.
Is upstairs here, no?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Randy? See if I can get in touch with Christina. Yeah. Boy.
Yeah, tell me, I started. He messaged me this morning. He said, hey. No, after lunch. Hey, I talked to him. I'll call him. I said, what's that here? I was calling now. I bust out laughing.
Mark?
I said, what happened? No.
So I followed up with Tanil and thing. All of them upset. All of them upset. No, I didn't tell Christina about the thing because I didn't. But they're upset. I think after the meeting, I don't know if it depends on what time she come back here. But we had a very long conversation. Me and Tanil and thing talk about.
She toilet and she going to wash toilet? Yeah, when I came back, she went. One fully fire, fully on fire. She called, she drove, she acted.
Yeah, this again. So yeah, boy, it's So we had the conversation this morning, and was it this morning? Yeah, this morning. And
Who they send?
huh?
Who they have sent?
Well, they wanted a copy of the job spec. I just telling you, right? Now I can't tell this one that, right? I wouldn't cover that in the meeting because I'm trying to undermine.
Yeah.
So she was asking for the job spec, and she's like, "Well, okay, what we will do is send it out to ting, and go through, so people can send in their applications, and then you go through whatever, and then like normal, the process, right? They will vet it and ting, and see who's best thing, and then they'll send it to me just to pick out of the short list, and they will shortlist, and then I will select out of their list. And that is that. So I asked, because remember I told them about the situation, like how making this suggestion compounded with what transpired with that one. So I asked, okay, if the person who I'm selecting for the people's health training, which I spoke to you about, if I want to use, I didn't call a name at that point, if that person could, act in the absence. Just like, well, so who is it trying to do? I say, Mark, I say, because we have a lot of ETSS here, and I don't want an additional ETSS to say, well, for us to become a target. Because then they could easily say, well, don't go, that's so much, okay, who we could take, So I said I would prefer to use what we have here and see how that works with this. And then, I say, I know the situation is what it is. In terms of, it's a delicate situation in light of what has happened. But, I do, we at a stage in our sector where it is a very delicate stage, and, I don't want people to feel overlooked. You know what I mean? And I don't see why we can't do it here when we have people. So I did call your name, not just for the banner people self training, but also to function in some capacity as admin assistant. She said, but you need. She said, but keep in mind, you also have a grade, whatever Christine is. Oh, what she called? I don't know what you get. So you have a grade I think Christina's a grade 7, correct? What grade are you?
7.
Right, so both of you are 7. Okay. Ah, serious? Okay.
Well, I think she's a 7. I can't see her again.
But she's a.
9 or 10.
Randy says she's 10. I thought she was. I know she was a grade less than Nisha. Something so.
I know for sure she's 7.
She's 7.
When she came, I knew that was 7.
Okay. And I doubt she get promotion. So she's 7.
As far as I know.
And you are what? 7?
7.
You damn, I think, and I know.
I think why Randy didn't say she's at 10 because she's always bold. She can't get any higher. But that's just because she's at the end of her scale. And
and within grade 7.
Within the grade.
But that's why I was saying when he said 10, I was like, 10? That is impossible. I know she's a grade
Unless on her paperwork it suddenly have 10. But as far as I knew initially, she always 7.
Okay, I'll verify nonetheless. But I do think HR told me that she's a 7. Which had me like, I was like, okay, but where does that leave you? Because I know you're higher than 5, I just wasn't sure. Okay. So, ready?
Yeah, on the opposite.
All right.
So, I'll run outside, right?
Yeah, it shouldn't take too long. It shouldn't take too long. Oh? No. All right, so I'm gonna make this very quick, right? Short and sweet. So we have a little sort through because of the session I did just now. But, so we have, as you know, Nisha is on leave, right? Maternity leave. And we can't let the center suffer. So we want to make sure things run fairly smoothly and efficiently. And so the way forward, I'm working with HR to navigate the way forward. So, Christine, what grade are you?
I'm a grade 7 secretary.
Right, and you're a grade 7, correct? Good. So, what I've decided to do is split the responsibilities, right? Now, the responsibilities of the administrative assistant, I'm not skipping things, but it's just because I don't want to, I know it's late and I don't want to keep you back, right? So these, what you got there are the main duties of the post. Now I'm thinking that we could split the activities, split the duties accordingly. Now, I have some suggestions of where I think that some of you that what might work better between the two of you, given my estimate of your strong points. You know what I mean? So, so I'll tell you what I have, and you could just make a little note on the side of it so you know, and if you agree or not, right?
I have a question.
Sure.
Is this the official?
Well,
As I'm aware,
this is what was in the file.
Yeah, I think it's
Well, that's what I see.
yeah, this is what Melissa was working on when she was asking everybody to review what they actually what the actual spec.
Right. So that's what I know from a normal job spec.
And it will be in this font, it will be.
Right. I know that. So I'm not trying to bring anything on my desk. Is somebody else there? Who is?
Somebody came. There's a woman walking so. Right.
Oh, there's what's her name?
Hi. Just bring the folder on the desk. Is a greenish, dark gray folder, please.
Yeah, that's something. If I saw it was in there.
Then we gotta sanitize when
I never
inside
seen
there.
She has a writing there.
Yes.
Let me start with the value, that's fine.
When he brings something, when he comes.
Okay, I can't get on to just say, so.
So if it is.
So I really need to have that.
If it is that this is the list, because this is the most recent one I've seen in the files. Although when I looked at it, I was like, okay, it's kind of. Yeah,
The old time things. No?
what's that?
The old time
But
ones.
some of the things I saw niches on writing and so on, so I said, okay, it had to be.
Maybe it was adjusted.
Yeah, I know things would have been adjusted from the actual job spec. Job description, grade 5, grade 5, grade 5. Yeah, this is what I seem to agree.
But we have been this up to date.
Grade 5, how do I think for grade 5?
Well, I know when that came out, that this change came. This is when Zephyrine was even and she was proposing a new position for want of a better.
Right. Grade 7.
Was it this one the new one or this one the old one?
The new.
The new one. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's all I see in here.
Really, you have to use that?
Because I remember going through one as like, I see her name on top too, so I know this is, and it was all come together in one. So I just use this as the main thing. But anyways, so we'll go with this unless otherwise thing, right? Now, the job spec, let me just say to HR also said that the job spec may not be like the normal formal job spec that you refer to. It could be just on this. So anyways, so let me know if you have any other questions, right? So, so we're looking at the way I was trying to divide the responsibilities. It's not all 24 of them need, 24 of them need things like shortlisting candidates for interviews, and then we don't need everything, right? So, some of them you might be proposing that you do together, and then some of them separate. Generally, I think the count is like both of you have 7 individually and 6 together. So, number 1, providing administrative. Number 1 and 2, obviously that is together, right? Both of you doing that.
1 and 2?
Yeah. Number 3 was given Mark to do that. Number 4, Mark. Now these things you wouldn't have to do, it's not an everyday thing, it's just, Number 3 is more, I would say everyday to make sure things are, keep people abreast of whatever. And that the center is functional, show people train up on time, people report to you, right? Number 5?
Yeah.
Number 5, Christine. Number 6, Mark. Number 7, Christine. Number 8, Mark. 9 and 10, Christine. Mark 11, I just put an asterisk by it because that is something that I just put an asterisk by it. I can't remember why, right? 12, Christine.
11 also?
Mark.
Okay.
But there's something about that I needed to tweak, so just put an asterisk by that for now. Christine, you will be 12. 13 is both. So for example, the TTT thing, things like you're doing already that I try to align it with, right? So it's not like too much extra stuff. Again, number 14, so the center's website, so that's things that you're already kind of familiar with. Number 15 you could leave out because we're not doing any of that.
Number 14 is?
Mark. 14 is Mark. 16 is Christine. Number 17 would be more so Mark. Because remember, Mark, you might be going for the retraining with people stuff, right? Marketing. Sorry, I see M and C. Sorry, I mean both of you. Sorry, number 18.
Number 18
is both. Right, so at least you know, you let me know what's going on in the office, who's working on what, who, you know, how things are going. Number 19, both. So it's really just making sure you have order and accountability and that kind of thing, right? Number 21, Mark. '23, Christine.
Evaluation, oh, 20, sorry.
Yeah.
Evaluation has not, you didn't count that, no, 20.
No, that is not necessary.
Okay, good. That's it. Sorry, I put the thing.
Because remember, we just holding on until Nisha comes back in, I think, April or something.
Okay, 21 now, 22, 23.
You, Christine. And well, of course, 24. Right? I don't know what the other stuff is for restructuring. I see. Test period. This, I don't think this ever came into being. The scribbles at the end. So you can review it now and let me know what you think. If it is that you think it's too much, or you're uncomfortable with the whole idea of it all, if it is that you think you don't want to hold on or whatnot, you just let me know, right? I'll give you time to do that. And or if you think the assignment, the delegation of responsibilities, anything in particular you're not too comfortable with.
When I get there, I'll let you know.
No, I need to know because you see,
I
have to talk to
these things.
Let me know as best as possible now. So if it is, you know, I know no pressure.
I know, I'll have to read it through.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I'll give you some time to read it through now, and because I really want to, I have to get to HR, get back to HR, on regarding the way forward.
Okay.
Because now I'll tell you, Christine, too. The thing is, they could either do it like this. Let me explain the 3 different options. They could either assign somebody new to come.
Or we do it ourselves. No, we could do it.
Yeah.
As I said, we do it. If I am stuck, I will check all the other.
Yeah. And if it is that either of you don't want to do this, that's okay. Yeah? You just let me know, and then I'll know how to move in terms of, when I say Christina, in terms of if it is you don't want your responsibilities, let me know. Or vice versa, Mark. So I know how to chart the way forward, because at this point I don't want
what do you want? What do you all want? You all want a foreigner to come and or you all?
The preference is obviously to do it internally, which is why we're doing this.
Let's try it. Let's see how we go.
I don't want to take this route and then it backfire and it don't work out. Now the thing is, guys, this is very, very important.
Yes, we know.
Because hear me out first, because there were some things that we revealed between not from me, I ain't clear. No. HR has some concerns.
Oh, okay.
Right? So which is why it's an urgent and a serious matter. So they were suggesting to bring somebody in. I decided to suggest, well, let us do it internally. So, because I think it will be easier to do it internally. We're used to each other for the most part. They would of course assess whoever they felt was more competent and more qualified, or however you want to say it, and suggest somebody or suggest a list, and then I have to choose from the list. What I was suggesting to them is that, okay, we have ATSS, right? And I don't want to regret making that suggestion or making that decision. So it's really important that
accountability.
That's
your neck on the neck.
Exactly, because I really put
you make the suggestion.
I make the suggestion. So I don't want it to blow up in my face because I'm trying to give.
They didn't want to have everybody in this meeting.
No, I have to talk to you all first.
Oh, okay. You mean about this?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well,
so,
this is fine.
So once I know whether you're in agreement or not, so it takes some time. We could probably take a little 10-minute break and thing, and you look at it, and then let me know. Is 10 minutes too little, too much? What do you think? You tell me what you want.
Oh, I thought you said take it on and you cannot look at it.
Oh, but no.
I have to talk to them now.
That kind of thing.
I have to talk to
Yeah.
them now?
Huh?
You have to talk to them today?
I have to tell them by between today and Monday, but the thing is,
Okay.
I don't want to wait until Monday because remember they're doing their thing in the back end too, so the sooner the better. But
Okay, like the leave thing.
not to mention, I think he's not. You here on Monday? No.
I am
Yeah,
here
man.
Monday.
Right.
But like the leave thing that came last Friday. How that's got resolved.
It's being resolved.
okay.
It's being resolved.
Okay.
But it's things like that that kind
Yeah,
of
because it shocked me. You see, when sorry about that email, but it was just that why could this come from today to today?
I know.
And my log you weren't here. I don't think. So I
So
I
it's things
started,
like
I
that.
went into a mode to try and find the information to
Yeah.
to
So
not
things-
realizing it was something that I couldn't do.
So it's things like that that need to be.
I didn't realize I couldn't do.
Not so much amended. That is being sorted out. That is
Yeah,
being
okay,
sorted.
great.
But in terms of going forward,
Mhm.
we want to make sure we have the accountability and known protocols and so on in check. That we not bisquenque, as they say, it's not chaotic, it's not, so that's what I want to know. If there's two things, let me tell you what I need to know. One, if you're willing and able to share the responsibilities, and two, just generally, and then the more specific one is if any of the proposed tasks or duties you see yourself being uncomfortable about or questioning or So take time to go over it. You can do it now, and I don't want to leave your room one time if you have a question.
No. I mean, we will do it.
So,
You ever heard of when you put in it, you do it.
right. So for example, to mark you think you're comfortable with number 3, overseeing and coordinating the operational plan. So for example, the rosters, Charlotte could continue to make the roster, but you of course make sure it's implemented, right? Make sure who shows up when and the, and align that to when we have the workshops and the thing, which would be the dates for your diary. Right, these different things to maximize resources at the seat. So basically, what you're doing basically is managing the office, helping me manage the office, right? So the procedures, make sure people adhere to certain protocols. You all might know them. Together, I think you all might be stronger because there are things that Christine, you have the experience in terms of, certain things. So don't be afraid to suggest, okay, but what if they did they do this, did they do that, X, Y, and Z? So you might say working together, but you also have individual tasks. Christine, do you think?
Preparing and making Microsoft PowerPoint presentations. Now, I didn't want to for Dr. Bill, but I never saw it.
No, those things are.
But that is not a prior. But
No.
that's only.
And that's not an everyday thing. But I know you have your degree in communication studies, so mass communication, something like that.
No,
right?
communications.
Right. So I know that is something that, and Mark, you know how to use PowerPoint as well. It's just on paper, try to.
So she asked me, but I don't know where it went to.
Right. So Christine, you are good
Practice
at
is what you need, is what.
number 5.
Number 5.
Filing and recording and those documenting
Articulating
things.
and revising manuals, the filing manual.
That's
Well, I have to
everyday
go and
thing.
find it. No, that wouldn't be hard, but I just have
Right.
to find where it is.
Right.
The only thing is I never actually did it here. So I still got to get onto that and that.
Mark, you're good at tracking action items. Now, one of the things I find is that Christine is good at recording action items, like let's say meetings. But I think you might be good at following up on that, right? So Christine, you could probably make a note of that somewhere. That
Where is it?
that's number
Tracking
6. So for you, Christine, the precursor to that would be making notes, not meeting notes per se, but not meeting minutes, but meeting notes. So you see like what you did the last week with the meeting?
Yeah.
Right. So you do that, so you just put the action items, and then Mark could follow up with that.
So like when I send you, send Mark.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're on the same page, right? Right. Even if you want, you could send it to me, and well, yeah, you can send it to both of us.
But I sent it to you because it was just us.
Yeah. But we're able to vet.
Send it to him and.
Before sending it to everybody. So.
Right. So you and Mark. Yeah.
Where we reach number 7. Christine, right? Practicing and planning the next session. Right, so any special events? No, I'll put you for that,
And
Christine, because the Guardian group thing, which you already.
Yeah, that's in the notes to remind
Right,
you.
yeah. Please remind me next week.
Yes. And I don't know if the people are the same, but I have their names so that I can send out whatever you want.
Right, so if you remind me, I would remember. So please. Yeah, make a note of that, right? So remind me of that to reach out to them. Right, Mark, you can try the sentence properly. Right. So Mark, again, there's like ensuring people report for duty and they have what they need. If it's like, of course, if it's equipment stuff, you just let me know in terms of if SITS needs to come and so I know who to call from SITS and or to expedite the process. Christine, again, you have your communication studies degree, so number 9 was clearly yours, right? I know Mark is good at writing and English and things too, but on paper you're qualified, right? So that's the thing.
No problem.
And of course, 9 and 10, that's kind of more or less the same thing I find. Number 11. As I put the asterisk there, the reason I put that there, Mark, is you wouldn't have to do like a whole budget for the whole year thing, but it's because I know you're good with numbers. So I don't know, to try and explain it, how the rationale for the rationale for these things is because I know Mark is, yes, you're good at, stringing together a sentence and a paragraph, I think, but you're also good at numbers. Christian, you're good at words, right? To a fair extent. So,
everything I try my best.
No, well, I mean, are trying to play to each other's strengths.
Yeah.
You have multiple strengths.
You
both have multiple strengths. It's just being strategic and knowing what wouldn't be a burden to you.
Yeah.
Right? So Mark, I think that was why I put the asterisk there, is really not to put together a whole budget, but I know you just know a good seal too when you see one. So, right? So I know we good with that. Number 12, Christina, just like if there's a particular, that's a once or occasional thing,
occasional, okay.
Right? If it's a proposal of some sort, of course we'll give the information. If it is something from a meeting that, you could, let's say for example, when we meet with the committee, the UWI Guardian Group Committee, one of the things I did not last year, year before, I think, whatever year it was, I put the themes and so on in a slideshow, just based on what they were saying in the meeting, and then share that with them so they could elaborate on the different potential themes, and then decide on what they're going with. In terms of creating blurbs and so on, that's like little things like, yes, TTT, so Mark, you know about that. If there's other things as need be, let's say if it's a special event, if it's of course you could always send it to me just to give an extra pair of eyes, but in terms of putting it together, that'll be you, right? Conceptualizing and compiling information, right? And Mark, that goes without saying, right? Number 16. Right, establishing and implementing the standards by which administrative support staff are expected to function. Right, so that's ensuring that everybody that we have order. right? So making sure again people show up for duty, people do what they need to do. You follow up on certain things. You're not micromanaging, but you just kind of right. And of course, I will be there. It's not a big department to see whether we don't ever see each other, but it's just ensuring that
everybody's fine. And
yeah, everybody's comfortable, everybody's fine, everybody's doing it exactly. Number 17. Right, so Mark, well, I think you've been doing that for a while in terms of if it's Excel, if it's, you know what I mean, these little things are here and there. You wouldn't really have to train people in terms of banner and them kind of thing, but you would be trained in PeopleSoft, right? Now, PeopleSoft is real confidential information, so we'll have a agreement thing for you to sign, just, right? Just, you know, to ensure that things are adhered to and so on. Supervising the work of administrator. Again, there's a mix up to it, I'm sorry. 18 is really making sure people show up for work and they do what they're supposed to do, right? Number 16, Christine, is making sure people have what they need to have. So things like ensuring that they have their disinfectant and the wipe,
like pen,
and stationery and things, right? So you liaise, so for example, you might liaise with Randy a lot. Of course, you know, you liaise with me too, right? So,
for everything.
Yeah. So because I don't want like, yeah, for both parties, they want to make, I need to know what's going on. So at any point in time, if it is a, how to say, not if I ask like if I'm micromanaging, it's just I need to know, so I'll know how to navigate or if other person's call. Right?
Question. Number the one in the training, banner and PeopleSoft. Does that include banner tenants?
More than likely. Right? I'm not too sure, but HR will probably.
I would think everything.
I think so.
So you might have to do the groceries, etc. Right?
The online part of it. Right? But like, I know Randy, I think, was trained in banner, so you might want to capitalize on that.
And not Charlotte too? No?
I don't know. I know for sure Randy was trained in it. If Charlotte was trained in it, but I'll leave that for you to think, right? But you just let me know. So, but I know definitely PeopleSoft is the more, you also have to sign something, if it is you doing banner, or if it is Randy is doing it, there's a confidentiality agreement that you have to sign there as well, right? So it can't be something that you're sharing with, you know, which is why I think they just identified Randy and he got the training. If it is that you want to capitalize on that and just give him that to manage, once he remembers what he knows what he's doing, you're free to do that, right? And you just let me know. Measuring employee performance against departmental standards and should start operating. Same thing, show up for work, make sure things are done in appropriate, in an efficient way. If there's tension or conflict, you know, you don't have to know everything, but at least you don't fuel the fire. You know what I mean? So be mature about it. If it is that you realize somebody is irritable or whatever, you don't want to pry too much into it, but you want to, handle it delicately and respectfully. Next, I don't think you'll need to complete staff evaluations. If that comes up, I'll have that. Yeah, because it's just from now on, January technically almost gonna be exactly. It's just half a month, and it's really February and March you're looking at for the most part. But of course, starting from now, it's just the bulk of it would be that. So it's not a long-term thing, it's just until Nisha returns. Number 21, delegating tasks to staff, particularly in continue. Right? Well, Mark, I know you are a master at that in terms of contingency plans and things. You think ahead. Here must come up. Evaluating supplier contractor quotations, and Christine, I think you have some experience in that as well, right? Number 23.
Getting quotations, yeah.
Right, getting quotations, and then liaising with suppliers. It's not an everyday thing, yeah, but it's just, because remember, it's just responsibilities you have. Yeah. Of course, you'll be.
And it's really only when we need something that is.
Exactly.
Yeah, there are three quotes. And,
exactly. So you know the drill, right?
And everything passes through you.
Yeah, I need to know. So yeah, and if it is guys, we could always meet, let's say every 2 weeks, or you know what I mean, just as an update on say filming on what's going on or whatever the case is. So because I know we're working remotely for the most part, so if it is we meet, I don't want to say once a week, but at least twice. I shouldn't say once. Yeah, once every 2 weeks or one. I don't know if I'm one. Let's try 2 weeks for now, and let's see how it goes.
Every 2 weeks?
Right? We could meet just briefly. That I don't like long meetings, as you all know that. So, but you all comfortable with this, or is there anything that you want to change?
End of
or
the
you want
month?
to...
It's middle month now.
Yeah.
End of the month?
What's that?
Meeting end of the month, it's middle month.
Oh, yeah, that would be good. So when I have to report on certain things, let's say if I have to keep HR abreast of what's going on, I could say X, Y, and Z. No, one of the reasons I'm doing this too is to make sure that while I focus on I can't do it. You know that, right? So we know Israel training and all sorts of things that we're doing. I need how to say it? Somebody has to manage here, ensure order and things. So it makes it easier for me to go and do, if there's a webinar, or you help me a couple say no, those things, if it's external training, etc., etc. So because I ain't trying to do everything, it's not possible, it's not sustainable, and so that is why I'm taking this measure. Right? Any questions or comments? Feel just let me know. Yeah.
Everybody are going over the list of courses to review, people who ask for templates and stuff.
Yes.
Telling them if they need more information of what I send the link, whatever link, and so on, they can email you.
Because then it would be more.
I have two, well, three.
You can even say that. So, well, you kind of manage the CTL email. So
yeah,
when you see those emails,
no,
you could adjust them accordingly.
Yeah, I acknowledge right away so they get an acknowledgement. And then I look at the letter again to try and see exactly what they want. If there's something beyond me, well,
yeah.
I'll.
And don't be afraid even to let me know what reviews to follow up on a request that was made, because sometimes
There
I
was a
forget.
whole request I got today. Well, I mean, going through, not ignoring. But she actually wrote up to me, she said she didn't get a reply. So I told her, no problem. I said, things, we gradually getting everything there. And I sent her the bus.
Right.
And
normally we would do
any more information because I didn't know they had attachment guidelines until you did that other one.
Yeah.
So I told her she could always.
Normally they would normally I would do webinars between this week and next week.
Okay.
Since teaching starts next week. I try not to do as many because we can't. More so like in my living and Blackboard because we have them recorded. So what I try to do is what I'm trying to do, I should say, is I'll do one next week, which might be Thursday. I can't do one the week after because we have faculty board meeting. So I might do one next week, one the following week, campus-wide, just so you know.
What day next week?
Most likely Tuesday.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I have another workshop on Tuesday, ad hoc workshop. So that is a Tuesday thing. After that, I'll focus on the one on Tuesday. And then maybe the following week, let's say one on Wednesday, Tuesday or Wednesday, because I'll be meeting on Tuesday.
And that's not too much for you because before it was like 3 of you doing it, right? And now it's you alone.
Well, that's why it's fewer workshops.
Okay, alright, yeah.
So technically, besides, well, I did one today. Besides the one on Tuesday coming up, I'll do one on Thursday, and that's tentative. I'll let Sean know by Monday, and then one on the following Tuesday. I wouldn't do one that Thursday because I have faculty board meeting. So, and then after the week.
You have a reminder for those? Maybe remind yourself. Maybe remind you. I'll be
I used to do it before. I
Okay.
used to have it on my calendar before, but and then I started using the diary, but then the diary was too many to record. So what I do is record certain things in diary and record other things on my phone. So like
And you have to
events,
like
I'll record on
them
my phone. Because events,
It's in here, you have to come to it?
yeah. So anytime there's an online thing, I prefer to come here because the connection's stronger. You will hear door back in the background because when you don't have to so. And it don't be professional. I don't find this come across as professional. Where you try to explain something and you hear the dog barking and so that's basically it. Anything else, guys?
Yeah, it's fine.
I just want to make sure you're all comfortable, right?
I am comfortable. As I said, if I make a hitch and I think it's beyond me, I will check.
Right? And then you check.
Yeah. I wouldn't overdo it, but I would be trying my best first before.
And if there's anything
anything
that together that you might be able to know or find out, of course you liaise with me. If it is I don't know, I'll liaise with the powers that be, and we look it up. If it's things that action items, let me know like a couple days in advance, or you can keep reminding me. I don't mind that because there's a lot to remember. So, right? I think that's about it. Are you happy? Are you good? How are you feeling?
Always happy, sometimes happier.
And of course, the remuneration is what it is. So, the way they will arrange it, if now that I know that you agree, so you agree to this, right? You agree to this, right?
I'm just happy. Actually, I didn't expect a remuneration. I'm just happy that you thought that you could do it.
Yeah, I mean,
rather than just bring in somebody. At the first thing, because they're looking at all of that too. You know what I mean? So the fact that you're this whoever this is your new, this thought that maybe check with them first.
Yeah. You know, it's only fair.
Very good.
So don't disappoint me.
No, we're gonna disappoint you.
Right?
You have faith in God?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I mean, because like Mark said, it's like
God will
they didn't suggest it. I suggested because
who suggested?
Yeah.
God is here.
So just
what he allows.
Don't worry, everybody says that. I say keep in mind, everybody says that.
Everybody says that. So, if you have a relationship with God.
Everybody say all that. The way I'm saying is to come.
I suppose.
So don't make me shame on you.
I suppose but if
don't disappoint
to me, if your heart is.
I'm just killing the name of God. So.
Do you understand?
Don't come to me, don't come. If you're not
it works. You know, so that's basically it. Of course, we could implement this from as soon as Monday. And I could write to HR and tell them that this is what we're going forward with. And they will do the necessary paperwork. Now, Christine, if you don't mind, you could get the form, the responsibility form thing, so I could fill it out and send it. You'd have to do it today, maybe Monday.
Which responsibility form? Our usual.
Yeah, so you could get remunerated.
Oh, I don't know. I've gone look.
Yeah, I think it's on the intranet.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, let's just say I haven't seen one in years. No, it might be on the intranet.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen one. When you asked me that, you know, I'm thinking like a vacation. I haven't seen it on this one before. Well, long before I came back here.
Yeah, check and let me know. And if you do see it, then And I think that's it, guys. So thanks for that. And hopefully, if you had something to drink, I could have said cheers to a bright, future. And you take it from there. Yeah, forward never, backward never. Right? And thanks again for coming back. It was just something good. Right? Them just want to beat on you, try to tell them fix the blooming thing.